Tonight, we begin the extraordinary story of George Washington, a man whose leadership shaped the very foundation of the United States. His journey is one of resilience, determination, and revolution. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French, demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774, meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, the Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again, the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first president of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the U.S. should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, After riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity, were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, From economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, his legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty were studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governments. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic, and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty, and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline, and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals, and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now, the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, his winter at Valley Forge, and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy once again proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the two-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the Capitol served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity, and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders, continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolívar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana, and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often look to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions, and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions, and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform, and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the quasi-war, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, after riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796. This address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses, such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right, Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world. The story of the British Empire's expansion begins in the late 15th century during the reign of Henry VII. At this time, England was a modest kingdom with limited influence beyond its borders. However, the successes of Spanish and Portuguese navigators, such as Christopher Columbus and Vasco da Gama, ignited an ambition within England to seek new routes to wealth and power across the seas. In 1497, Henry VII sponsored the Venetian navigator John Cabot, who sailed westward across the Atlantic. Cabot landed on the coast of what is believed today to be Newfoundland. Although Cabot's discoveries did not immediately lead to colonization, his voyages marked the beginning of England's overseas aspirations. They demonstrated that England too could find opportunities beyond Europe, setting a precedent for future maritime exploration. Despite these early efforts, England's progress in building an overseas empire was slow during the 16th century. Domestic political struggles and the formidable competition from Spain and Portugal limited English ambitions. However, the seeds had been planted, and by the reign of Elizabeth I, the spirit of exploration and expansion was reignited with greater intensity. Elizabeth I understood the potential of overseas ventures not only for wealth, but also for national prestige. Under her rule, privateers and explorers such as Sir Francis Drake, Sir Walter Raleigh, and Martin Frobisher embarked on daring voyages. These adventurers sought new lands, engaged in trade, and often plundered Spanish ships and settlements. Their activities blurred the lines between piracy and exploration, but significantly expanded England's maritime experience and ambitions. One of the key developments of this period was the establishment of early trading companies. The Muscovy Company, founded in 1555, aimed to develop trade routes to Russia and the East. Later, the Levant Company and the East India Company were formed, reflecting a growing English interest in tapping into the wealth of Asia. Although these companies initially focused on trade rather than colonization, they set the stage for England's later imperial expansion. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 was a turning point. It established England as a formidable naval power capable of challenging Spanish dominance on the seas. The victory boosted national confidence and cleared the way for increased exploration and colonial ventures. Throughout the late 16th century, English settlers made several attempts to establish colonies in the New World. Sir Walter Raleigh's efforts to found a colony on Roanoke Island, known as the Lost Colony, ended in failure. Nonetheless, These early attempts provided valuable lessons that would inform more successful colonization efforts in the following century. The late 15th and 16th centuries thus laid the foundations for England's future empire. Through a combination of daring exploration, privateering, trading ventures, and naval conflict, England began to position itself as a player on the global stage. While immediate successes were limited and often fraught with setbacks, the ambition to look beyond its own shores would soon propel England into an era of profound expansion and transformation. This early period of exploration under Henry VII and Elizabeth I was crucial. It fostered a maritime culture, cultivated navigational skills, and developed a spirit of enterprise that would drive the establishment of the British Empire in the centuries to come. What began with John Cabot's tentative voyage across the Atlantic would eventually lead to Britain commanding the largest empire the world had ever seen. As the 16th century drew to a close, England under Queen Elizabeth I faced a monumental challenge that would ultimately redefine its place in the world and set it on a path to unparalleled global influence. The Spanish Empire, the most formidable maritime force of the age, sought to crush England's rising power and restore Catholicism to what had become a firmly Protestant nation. The confrontation that followed would not only preserve England's sovereignty, but would signal the birth of a new naval power destined to reshape the world's oceans and international relations. Tensions between England and Spain had been simmering for decades. English privateers, often operating under semi-official royal commissions known as letters of marque, targeted Spanish treasure fleets returning from the riches of the New World. Figures like Sir Francis Drake became national heroes for their daring raids, which both enriched England and infuriated Spain. Religious divisions only intensified the hostility, with Protestant England and Catholic Spain locked in an ideological struggle as much as a political one. When Queen Elizabeth openly supported the Protestant Dutch rebels in their fight against Spanish rule in the Netherlands, King Philip II of Spain could no longer tolerate English interference and plotted a full-scale invasion. In 1588, the mighty Spanish Armada set sail. Comprising around 130 ships, including some of the largest war galleons of the time, and carrying thousands of soldiers and sailors, it was one of the most ambitious military endeavors ever launched. The Spanish plan was straightforward yet grand. Sail to the Netherlands, link up with the Spanish army under the Duke of Parma, and transport this formidable force across the English Channel to invade England. However, the English, under the seasoned leadership of commanders like Sir Francis Drake, Lord Charles Howard, and Sir John Hawkins, were well prepared. The English fleet employed tactics that showcased both ingenuity and adaptability. Unlike the lumbering Spanish galleons, English ships were smaller, faster, and more agile, able to strike from a distance with superior long-range cannons. The English chose to fight a battle of attrition, using their mobility to constantly harass the Armada, avoid close-quarters combat, where the Spanish excelled, and pick off ships at the edges of the formation. At a critical moment, the English launched fire ships, setting old vessels alight and sending them adrift into the heart of the Spanish fleet. In the ensuing panic, the Spanish ships broke formation, becoming easy targets. Nature itself seemed to side with the English. After suffering heavy damage and disruption, the Spanish Armada was forced to retreat northward around Scotland and Ireland, a route fraught with danger. Powerful Atlantic storms battered the already weakened fleet, sinking many ships and wrecking others on the rocky coasts. Of the original 130 ships, less than half limped back to Spain, many of them in poor condition. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was a watershed moment in European history. For England, It was a stunning, almost miraculous victory that resonated far beyond the battlefield. It secured the Protestant Reformation within England, safeguarded national independence, and marked the rise of English naval dominance. This triumph was not merely military, it represented a profound psychological shift. It imbued the English people with a renewed sense of destiny, ambition, and confidence that would carry them across the globe. The ramifications of this victory were profound and far-reaching. With Spanish dominance weakened, the oceans were now open for English adventurers, traders, and colonizers. English merchants began to push into new markets, establishing early trading outposts and laying the foundation for a commercial empire. The defeat encouraged the founding of colonies in North America and the Caribbean, setting the stage for future territorial expansion. The Elizabethan government and private investors alike realized that the seas were not barriers but highways to opportunity, wealth, and influence. The defeat of the Armada also triggered a gradual but significant decline in Spanish hegemony. Other European nations, inspired by England's success, felt emboldened to challenge Spanish power on land and sea. England, seizing its moment, invested heavily in naval infrastructure, shipbuilding, and the training of sailors. Maritime knowledge and technology flourished, further enhancing English capabilities and ambitions. The Elizabethan era, particularly in the aftermath of the Armada's defeat, marked the dawning of a new English identity as a maritime nation. Exploration missions expanded to distant corners of the globe, from the Arctic in search of the Northwest Passage to the establishment of trading relations with distant lands. English culture itself began to reflect this outward-looking spirit, with literature, art, and popular imagination all celebrating the sea and the promise it held. Though it would take another century for the British Empire to reach its zenith, the critical foundations were laid during Elizabeth I's reign. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was not just a military triumph, but the catalyst that transformed England from an isolated kingdom into a rising global power. It was the spark that lit the fires of ambition, exploration, and conquest that would burn brightly for centuries, propelling Britain toward its destiny as a world-dominating empire. As the 17th century began, England's ambitions turned increasingly toward commerce and expansion beyond Europe. The spirit of exploration that had blossomed under Elizabeth I evolved into a more structured and profit-driven pursuit of overseas wealth. Central to this new phase was the founding of the East India Company in 1600, a development that would have profound and lasting consequences for Britain's role in world trade and empire building. The East India Company was established by royal charter from Queen Elizabeth I, granting a group of London merchants a monopoly on English trade with all countries east of the Cape of Good Hope. These merchants, known collectively as the Governor and Company of Merchants of London trading into the East Indies, envisioned a future in which England could compete with the powerful Portuguese and Dutch trading empires that had dominated Asian commerce. The company's founding marked a pivotal moment when private enterprise backed by the Crown became a driving force behind England's overseas expansion. The early years of the East India Company were fraught with challenges. The Portuguese and Dutch, with their well-established trading networks and fortified posts throughout the Indian Ocean, presented formidable obstacles. English ships made their first voyages to the East Indies in the early 1600s, seeking to establish footholds in a region already rich with competition. They traded primarily in spices such as pepper, cloves, and nutmeg, commodities highly prized in Europe for their value and rarity. Persistence paid off. Over time, the East India Company managed to secure strategic trading posts through a combination of negotiation, diplomacy, and military force. One of the first major successes came in 1612 when the English defeated the Portuguese at the Battle of Swali near Surat on the west coast of India. This victory convinced the Mughal Emperor Jahangir to grant the company permission to establish a factory or trading post in Surat. It was the beginning of a long and complex relationship between the British and the Indian subcontinent. The company expanded its presence across the Indian Ocean and into Southeast Asia. It established trading posts in places like Bantam in Java and later in Madras, Bombay, and Calcutta in India. These outposts served not only as centers of commerce but also as fortified enclaves that could defend English interests against rival European powers and hostile local forces. The age of mercantilism, the dominant economic philosophy of the time, strongly influenced the company's activities. Mercantilism held that national power depended on the accumulation of wealth, particularly precious metals, and that the state should closely regulate economic activity to achieve this goal. For England, overseas trade was a means to amass wealth, strengthen the nation, and reduce dependence on foreign powers. The East India Company operated under this mercantilist framework, seeking to maximize profits for its shareholders while simultaneously advancing England's strategic interests. The company's growth was not limited to commerce alone. It became a political and military entity in its own right, capable of negotiating treaties, waging war, and administering territories. It maintained its own armies and navies, and its officers often acted with the authority of sovereign rulers in the regions where they operated. Over time, the company's influence expanded from mere trade to political control, setting the stage for the eventual British domination of India. Britain's entry into Asian commerce through the East India Company was transformative. It introduced England to the vast wealth of the East, including textiles, tea, and porcelain, which would become staples of British consumption and culture. It also created enduring links between Britain and Asia, links that would grow stronger and more complex over the centuries. The success of the East India Company inspired other ventures and demonstrated the immense potential of overseas trade and colonial enterprise. By the end of the 17th century, the East India Company had firmly established itself as a major player in Asian commerce. It had survived fierce competition, built a network of trading posts, and laid the groundwork for future territorial acquisitions. More importantly, it had transformed England's approach to empire, shifting it from sporadic exploration to systematic commercial and territorial expansion. The story of the British Empire cannot be told without acknowledging the central role of the East India Company, whose early endeavors in Asia marked the beginning of a new and powerful global presence for Britain. As the 17th century progressed, England's ambitions for overseas expansion took root in the fertile lands of North America and the lucrative plantations of the Caribbean. What had begun as voyages of exploration and tentative trade evolved into full-scale colonization, with profound consequences for the future British Empire and the peoples across 3 continents who would be drawn into its orbit. The first permanent English settlement in North America was established in 1607 with the founding of Jamestown, Virginia. Sponsored by the Virginia Company of London, a joint stock company chartered by King James I, Jamestown was a precarious endeavor from the start. The settlers faced severe hardships, including disease, famine, and conflict with the indigenous Powhatan Confederacy. Despite these difficulties, Jamestown survived, largely due to the leadership of figures like Captain John Smith and the eventual cultivation of tobacco as a cash crop. Tobacco would become the economic lifeblood of Virginia and a cornerstone of English wealth in the New World. Following Jamestown, English settlement spread along the Atlantic coast. In 1620, A group of religious separatists known as the Pilgrims set sail aboard the Mayflower and landed in present-day Massachusetts. Seeking religious freedom, they established Plymouth Colony, which, though small, became a symbol of the broader Puritan migration that would shape New England. The Puritans founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1630, creating tightly knit communities governed by religious principles and fostering a distinctive American culture rooted in English traditions. Meanwhile, English ambitions turned southward to the Caribbean, where the climate and soil proved ideal for sugar cultivation. Colonies such as Barbados, established in the 1620s, quickly became some of the most profitable in the English Empire. Sugar was in high demand in Europe, and the plantations generated immense wealth. However, the labor-intensive nature of sugar production led to the rapid expansion of the transatlantic slave trade. Initially, European indentured servants worked the plantations, but over time, enslaved Africans became the dominant labor force, forever altering the demographic and social fabric of the Caribbean. The English involvement in the transatlantic slave trade began in earnest during this period. English ships transported enslaved Africans across the Atlantic to work on plantations in the Caribbean and North America. This brutal system, known as the triangular trade, connected Europe, Africa, and the Americas in a network of goods, human lives, and profits. Manufactured goods from Europe were traded for slaves in Africa, who were then sold in the Americas, with the proceeds purchasing commodities like sugar, tobacco, and cotton for return to Europe. The establishment of colonies in North America and the Caribbean marked a critical turning point. England was no longer merely a European power, but was becoming a global colonial empire. Settlements in Virginia, New England, and the Caribbean formed the nucleus of what would become a vast overseas dominion. Each region developed distinct characteristics. Virginia and the southern colonies relied on plantation agriculture and slave labor. New England fostered a society rooted in religious values, small farms, and emerging commerce. The Caribbean colonies focused almost exclusively on cash crops, with plantation economies heavily dependent on enslaved African labor. This era also witnessed the development of colonial governments and legal systems modeled on English institutions. Representative assemblies like the Virginia House of Burgesses, established in 1619, gave settlers a voice in local governance and planted the seeds of democratic practices that would later flourish in the American colonies. By the end of the 17th century, England had firmly entrenched itself in the Americas and the Caribbean. Colonies were expanding, trade networks were growing, and the flow of wealth into England was accelerating. These early colonial ventures laid the foundation for the British Empire's expansion in the following centuries. However, the prosperity of these colonies came at an immense human cost, particularly for the millions of Africans forcibly taken from their homelands to labor in foreign lands. The colonization of North America and the Caribbean was a complex, often brutal process driven by economic ambition, religious fervor, and geopolitical competition. It set in motion patterns of migration, commerce, and cultural exchange that would shape the Atlantic world for centuries to come. As England's empire grew, so too did the interwoven histories of Europe, Africa, and the Americas, forever linked by conquest, trade, and human endeavor. The 18th century marked the zenith of Britain's power on the world stage. Having established a foothold in the Americas, the Caribbean, and India during the 17th century, Britain entered the 1700s as a rising global power, poised to challenge other European empires for dominance. Key military victories, especially in the 7 Years' War, and strategic engagements in India solidified Britain's standing as the world's preeminent imperial force. The 7 Years' War 1756-1763 was a pivotal conflict that would have far-reaching consequences for both Britain and its rivals. The war was fought across multiple continents, and its outcome reshaped the global balance of power. At its core, the 7 Years' War was a struggle between Britain and France for supremacy in North America and India, though it would soon involve other European powers and impact territories across Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia. In North America, the conflict was known as the French and Indian War, where British colonists, alongside their Native American allies, fought against French forces and their own indigenous allies. The British sought to expand their territories, particularly into the Ohio River Valley, while the French sought to protect their valuable fur trading routes and Canadian colonies. The war was characterized by a series of bloody battles, but the turning point came in 1759 with the British victory at the Battle of Quebec. This decisive engagement forced the French to cede most of their North American holdings, including Canada, to Britain under the Treaty of Paris, 1763. The acquisition of Canada was a significant victory for Britain. It not only removed the French as a colonial rival in North America, but also gave Britain control over one of the richest and most strategically important regions in the Americas. In addition to the vast expanse of land, Britain inherited a significant number of French-speaking inhabitants in Canada, known as Canadians. Despite initial concerns about integrating the French population into British colonial rule, Britain opted for a policy of tolerance, allowing French Canadians to maintain their language, religion, and customs. This decision would help preserve the stability of Canada under British rule and later shape the development of modern Canadian society. While the British were expanding their empire in North America, the war also played a critical role in establishing British dominance in India. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was a turning point in British fortunes in India, solidifying the East India Company's control over the Bengal region and opening the door for further territorial expansion. The battle itself was a remarkable victory, as a small British force, led by Robert Clive, defeated the much larger army of the Nawab of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Dowlah, despite being heavily outnumbered. The victory at Plassey was the result of a combination of factors, including strategic alliances, bribery, and the superior tactics of the British. Robert Clive's ability to divide and conquer, along with his manipulation of local politics, allowed him to win the support of key Indian leaders who were discontented with the Nawab's rule. The Battle of Plassey is often seen as the moment when Britain began to transition from a commercial trading power to a territorial empire in India. Following the victory at Plassey, the East India Company gained unprecedented control over Bengal, one of the richest and most populous regions in India. The company now had the power to collect taxes, administer justice, and even maintain its own army. This marked the beginning of British political and military domination over India, which would last for nearly 2 centuries. The success of the East India Company also triggered a broader expansion of British influence in India, as the company began to extend its reach into other regions through both diplomacy and military conquest. By the end of the 7 Years' War, Britain had gained substantial territorial possessions around the globe. In addition to Canada and Bengal, Britain also secured numerous Caribbean islands, Florida from Spain, and key outposts in Africa and Asia. These acquisitions greatly enhanced Britain's wealth and influence, but they also strained its resources. The costs of maintaining and defending such a vast empire began to take their toll, and Britain's finances became increasingly reliant on the taxes and trade revenue generated by its colonies. In the wake of its imperial triumphs, Britain's focus turned to consolidating its empire and maintaining control over its new territories. This period saw the rise of British colonial governance systems, which were designed to centralize power in London while allowing for local autonomy in the colonies. At the same time, Britain began to develop a more systematic approach to managing its colonial economy, with a focus on extracting wealth from both land and labor. The imposition of taxes on American colonists, such as the Stamp Act 1765 and the Townshend Act 1767, set the stage for rising tensions between Britain and its colonies, ultimately leading to the American Revolution. The 18th century was a period of tremendous expansion and consolidation for the British Empire. Victories in the 7 Years' War and the Battle of Plassey were crucial milestones that propelled Britain to the forefront of global imperial power. The empire was now spread across continents, encompassing vast territories in North America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Asia. Britain's economic strength, fueled by colonial trade and resources, was matched by its military dominance on land and at sea. However, as the empire expanded, so too did the challenges of governing such a far-flung and diverse set of colonies. The legacy of Britain's victories in the 18th century would continue to shape the world for centuries to come, laying the foundation for the British Empire's height in the 19th century and the global order that would emerge in its wake. The Industrial Revolution, a period spanning from 1760 to 1840, represents a pivotal transformation in British history. This era marked the shift from an agrarian economy to an industrialized powerhouse, fueling Britain's dominance in the global arena. Industrialization provided Britain with unprecedented military, economic, and technological advantages, allowing it to not only expand its empire, but also to control vital global trade routes and reshape the global order. The roots of the Industrial Revolution in Britain can be traced to a unique confluence of factors. A stable political environment, the availability of natural resources such as coal and iron, and a growing population all contributed to an atmosphere conducive to technological innovation. In addition, Britain's extensive colonial empire, which provided both raw materials and markets for British goods, acted as a powerful catalyst for industrialization. With an expanding empire across continents, Britain found itself increasingly dependent on technological advances to maintain and expand its reach. At the core of the Industrial Revolution was the mechanization of production. One of the most significant inventions of the era was James Watt's steam engine. Watt's improvements to the steam engine in the late 18th century revolutionized industries by providing a reliable and powerful source of energy for factories, mills, and transportation. Steam engines powered cotton mills, textile factories, and ironworks, massively increasing production rates and efficiency. This innovation was a game-changer for industries, particularly textiles, which was one of the first to undergo mass industrialization. The textile industry was key to the success of industrialization in Britain. With the invention of new machines such as the spinning jenny, the power loom, and the cotton gin, the production of cloth skyrocketed. These machines allowed factories to produce goods at unprecedented speeds, meeting growing domestic and international demand. Britain's control over textile manufacturing, coupled with its ability to produce raw materials like cotton, solidified its position as the world's leading industrial power. Industrialization also significantly impacted Britain's transportation infrastructure. The advent of steam-powered locomotives and steamships revolutionized trade and military strategy alike. The development of the railway system, particularly the construction of the Stockton and Darlington Railway in 1825 and the Liverpool and Manchester Railway in 1830, connected regions across Britain and facilitated the efficient movement of raw materials and finished goods. Railroads enabled goods such as coal, cotton, and iron to be transported more efficiently, fueling industrial growth and expanding trade networks within Britain and its colonies. In addition to railways, steam-powered ships began to dominate global trade routes. These vessels could travel faster, carry more cargo, and navigate more reliably than sailing ships. Britain's merchant fleet, already the largest in the world, was further bolstered by the rise of steam-powered ships. This new technology allowed Britain to expand its trade networks across the globe, making it the undisputed leader in international commerce. The creation of steamships enabled Britain to maintain its control over vital sea routes, ensuring the smooth flow of goods between colonies, ports, and markets across every continent. The industrialization of the military also played a crucial role in maintaining British imperial power. The mass production of weapons, ships, and war materials allowed Britain to project its military power across the globe. Steam-powered warships, which were faster and more maneuverable than their sail-powered predecessors, gave Britain a strategic advantage in naval warfare. The ability to produce ironclad ships, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, further solidified Britain's naval supremacy and allowed it to protect its empire and trade routes effectively. The British Empire's expansion during this period was not just about territorial conquest, it was also about controlling the global flow of goods. With its newfound industrial power, Britain was able to dictate terms in international trade. The Empire's factories produced finished goods, which were then exported to colonies and foreign markets. In return, Britain's colonies supplied raw materials like cotton, sugar, and tobacco, fueling the industrial machine back home. This system of trade, often referred to as mercantilism, allowed Britain to amass incredible wealth and expand its economic and military power. One of the key regions that benefited from industrialization was India. The British established an extensive railway network in India, which helped to consolidate British control over the subcontinent. The railroads allowed for the efficient transportation of raw materials like cotton, tea, and opium, which were then shipped back to Britain's factories. This system allowed Britain to exploit India's resources and integrate its economy into the larger imperial framework. The construction of railroads and the expansion of British industry in India also had a lasting impact on the Indian economy and society, laying the foundations for modern infrastructure in the country. Industrialization in Britain also led to the rise of a new class of industrial capitalists and financiers. Wealth generated from the empire and from industrial enterprises helped to fund further imperial expansion and economic growth. British banks, including the Bank of England, played a key role in financing the construction of railroads, the expansion of colonies, and the growth of industries that supported imperialism. The financial sector was central to Britain's ability to maintain its global power, facilitating the flow of capital and investments necessary to sustain its empire. While industrialization undoubtedly strengthened Britain's position as a global superpower, it also brought significant social changes. The rise of factory work led to the growth of cities and the development of an urban working class. Factory workers, including women and children, often worked long hours in poor conditions for low wages. The wealth generated by industrialization was not evenly distributed, with the working class suffering while industrialists and landowners amassed fortunes. This led to significant social unrest and the rise of labor movements that sought to improve working conditions and wages. Despite these challenges, industrialization undeniably transformed Britain into the dominant global power of the 19th century. The innovations of the Industrial Revolution gave Britain unparalleled military strength, economic power, and control over global trade routes. By the mid-19th century, Britain's empire spanned the globe, and its industrial and imperial power seemed invincible. The combination of technological innovation, economic dominance, and military might allowed Britain to maintain its status as the leading superpower, a position it would hold for much of the 19th and early 20th centuries. In conclusion, the Industrial Revolution was the engine that powered Britain's imperial ambitions. By transforming Britain into the world's leading industrial and military power, it allowed the nation to dominate global trade, expand its empire, and project its influence across the globe. The innovations of this period were not just technological, but were deeply entwined with the growth of the British Empire, making the Industrial Revolution a defining moment in world history and securing Britain's position as the preeminent global power of the 19th century. The story of British rule in India, known as the Raj, is one of the most transformative and complex chapters in the history of the British Empire. The period from 1858 to 1947 saw Britain exerting direct control over India, shaping its economy, society and infrastructure in ways that would have lasting consequences for both India and the empire itself. This chapter explores the historical trajectory of British involvement in India, the impact of the Indian Rebellion of 1857, and how the British Crown consolidated its power in the subcontinent, fundamentally altering India's future. Before the British Raj was officially established in 1858, India had been under the control of the British East India Company, a powerful corporation granted authority by the British government to trade and govern in the subcontinent. The East India Company's rule had expanded gradually, with British forces gaining control of large portions of India through military conquest, diplomacy, and alliances with local rulers. However, the company's grip on India was not without significant resistance, particularly from various Indian rulers and communities who sought to maintain their independence. The tensions between the British and the Indian population came to a head in 1857, when what is often referred to as the Indian Mutiny or the Sepoy Rebellion erupted. The immediate cause of the rebellion was the dissatisfaction of Indian soldiers, or sepoys, in the British East India Company's army, due to the introduction of new rifle cartridges, rumored to be greased with animal fat, which offended both Hindu and Muslim religious sensibilities. However, underlying this specific grievance was a broader sense of frustration with British rule, as Indians were increasingly subjected to economic exploitation, political disenfranchisement, and social upheaval. The rebellion began in the town of Meerut and spread quickly to other parts of northern and central India, with Indian soldiers, civilians, and even some rulers joining the fight against British authority. The British response to the rebellion was brutal and decisive, with the army crushing the uprising after months of fighting. Thousands of Indians were killed, and entire villages were destroyed. In the aftermath of the rebellion, the British government decided that the East India Company had failed to govern effectively and assumed direct control over India, marking the beginning of the British Raj. The British Raj was characterized by a significant shift in how India was governed. The British Crown took full responsibility for the administration of India, and the British Parliament created a new system of governance, appointing a viceroy to oversee the colony on behalf of the Crown. This transition from corporate to state control meant that India was no longer ruled by a private company, but by the British government itself, with direct representation in the form of the viceroy and the establishment of a new colonial bureaucracy. Under the British Raj, India's economy was restructured to serve the needs of the British Empire. British policies favoured the extraction of India's resources, particularly raw materials like cotton, tea and opium, which were sent to Britain for processing and manufacturing. In return, Britain provided India with finished goods, including textiles, machinery and weapons. This system of trade ensured that India became a supplier of raw materials and a market for British goods, creating a colonial economic model that benefited Britain while stifling India's own industrial development. British infrastructure projects such as railways, roads and canals were implemented to facilitate the movement of goods and troops, further integrating India into the imperial economic system. While these projects did provide some benefits, such as increased mobility and communication, they were primarily designed to serve British interests. The railways, for example, allowed the British to extract resources from the interior of India and transport them to ports for export, while also enabling the rapid deployment of British troops in case of unrest. Socially, British rule had a profound impact on Indian society. British colonial administrators sought to impose Western-style education and institutions on the Indian population, creating a new elite class of educated Indians who were often loyal to the British government. This new class played a crucial role in administering British policies and maintaining order within the colony. At the same time, traditional Indian customs, religious practices, and social structures were often undermined or disregarded by the British, leading to significant cultural tensions. One of the most enduring legacies of British rule in India was the creation of a unified, centralized state. Prior to British rule, India had been a collection of diverse kingdoms, empires and regions, each with its own language, culture and political structure. The British, however, sought to bring these disparate regions under a single administration, laying the foundations for the modern Indian state. The British also introduced systems of law and governance that in many ways would shape the political structure of independent India in the 20th century. However, British rule also sowed the seeds of resistance. As India's educated class grew, so too did the demand for greater political representation and autonomy. The Indian National Congress (ENC), founded in 1885, began to call for reforms and eventually self-rule. By the early 20th century, the ENC, led by figures like Mohandas Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose, was at the forefront of the movement for Indian independence. The British, unable to ignore the growing calls for independence, eventually found themselves negotiating with Indian leaders for a peaceful transition to self-rule. The struggle for Indian independence reached its peak in the first half of the 20th century, culminating in 1947 with the partition of India and the creation of the independent nations of India and Pakistan. The partition was accompanied by widespread violence, mass migrations, and deep-seated communal tensions that would shape the region for decades to come. India's independence marked the end of British rule, but the legacy of the Raj continued to influence the political, economic, and social landscape of South Asia. In conclusion, the British Raj was a period of profound transformation for India. While it brought about significant changes to the country's economy, infrastructure, and political systems, it also led to social unrest, resistance, and ultimately, the quest for independence. The legacy of British rule in India is a complex one, with both positive and negative aspects that continue to shape the relationship between India and Britain today. Despite the challenges and exploitation of the colonial period, India emerged as an independent nation with a rich cultural heritage and a rapidly developing economy, ultimately reshaping the balance of power in the post-colonial world. The Victorian era, spanning from 1837 to 1901, was the period in which the British Empire reached the peak of its power, wealth, and global influence. Under Queen Victoria's rule, Britain not only solidified its status as the world's foremost imperial power, but also oversaw the expansion of its territories, the establishment of new colonies, and the spread of its cultural, economic, and political systems across the globe. It was an era marked by technological advancement, economic dominance, and the belief in the superiority of British civilization, encapsulated in the ideology of the civilizing mission. During this time, the British Empire came to be known as the empire on which the sun never sets, a testament to its vast expanse across the globe. The phrase reflected the global nature of Britain's possessions, stretching from the Americas to Africa, Asia, the Pacific Islands, and Australasia. By the end of the 19th century, the British Empire covered about a quarter of the world's land surface and ruled over a quarter of the global population. One of the most significant areas of British expansion during the Victorian era was Africa, which saw the height of the scramble for Africa. European powers, including Britain, competed fiercely to carve up the African continent, with Britain securing vast territories, particularly in the east and southern regions. British control of Egypt, the Sudan, and the Cape Colony, along with protectorates in regions like Uganda, Kenya, and Zimbabwe, marked the height of Britain's African imperial ambitions. The annexation of these territories was not only driven by a desire for land and resources, but also by Britain's strategic and commercial interests. Control of the Suez Canal, for example, ensured Britain's dominance over key shipping routes and secured access to India, the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. In India, the Victorian era continued the consolidation of British power following the Indian Rebellion of 1857, which had been a significant turning point in British rule. After the rebellion, the British Crown assumed direct control of India, ending the East India Company's rule and establishing the British Raj. The British government aimed to reshape India's economy, infrastructure, and society in ways that benefited the empire. The construction of railways, roads, and telecommunication networks facilitated the extraction of raw materials, such as cotton, tea, and opium, and their transportation to British ports for export. The Raj also saw the imposition of British legal and political systems, along with a growing British presence in Indian cities and towns. Despite occasional unrest, Britain's control over India remained largely unchallenged throughout the 19th century. Technological innovation during the Victorian era played a pivotal role in supporting Britain's imperial expansion and strengthening its global power. The Industrial Revolution, which had already transformed Britain's economy, continued to drive technological advancements that enhanced Britain's military capabilities and infrastructure. The development of steamships, railways, and the telegraph revolutionized the way Britain could project power and communicate across its vast empire. Steam-powered warships and ironclad vessels allowed the Royal Navy to maintain dominance over the world's seas, while the construction of railways across colonies enabled the rapid movement of troops, goods, and resources. The Victorian era was also a period of intense cultural and ideological expansion. The British believed in the concept of the civilizing mission, a justification for imperialism based on the belief that British rule would bring enlightenment, order, and progress to backward societies. This ideology was often used to legitimize the expansion of the British Empire into regions that were seen as underdeveloped. British colonial officials and missionaries portrayed British civilization as superior and worked to impose British values and institutions upon colonized peoples. The civilizing mission was evident in the spread of education, Christianity, and Western legal systems across the empire, as well as in the establishment of colonial governments and infrastructure. However, beneath the surface of imperial grandeur, there were significant contradictions and tensions. The British Empire relied heavily on the exploitation of resources and labor from its colonies, often with little regard for the welfare of the local populations. In India, for example, the British imposition of taxes, land reforms, and policies that favored British industry led to widespread poverty, famine, and social unrest. The Victorian-era imperialists were confronted with the realities of empire, including resistance from colonized peoples and the challenges of governing vast, diverse territories. The late Victorian era also saw the rise of new movements that questioned the morality and sustainability of empire. The increasing influence of the British working class and the rise of socialist and anti-imperialist ideologies challenged the foundations of imperialism. However, at the time, these voices were often sidelined, as the British ruling class remained committed to the idea of empire as a force for good and civilization. Despite these challenges, the Victorian era cemented Britain's position as the dominant imperial power of the 19th century. The British Empire continued to expand throughout the era, reaching its zenith in terms of territorial control, economic wealth, and global influence. The legacy of Victorian imperialism, both in terms of its technological achievements and its ideological justifications, would continue to shape British policy and imperial ambitions throughout the 20th century. The British Empire, in the Victorian era, not only defined the character of the nation, but also left an indelible mark on the history of the modern world. The period between 1914 and 1945 was a time of immense change for the British Empire, marked by the devastating effects of the two world wars and the rise of nationalist movements that sought independence from colonial rule. The global conflicts and the ideological shifts of the 20th century significantly weakened Britain's control over its empire, while simultaneously fostering an environment in which the long-simmering desire for self-determination among colonized peoples reached a boiling point. The impact of these events would reshape the geopolitical landscape and set the stage for the eventual decolonization of much of the British Empire. World War I 1914-1918 was a cataclysmic event that took a tremendous toll on the British Empire, both in terms of human lives and financial resources. The war was fought on multiple fronts, and Britain found itself entrenched in a brutal, protracted conflict that drained its military and economic strength. The loss of soldiers, the destruction of infrastructure, and the severe economic burden placed on Britain during the war exposed cracks in the imperial system. At the same time, the war required the resources of the empire, and colonies like India, Australia, and Canada contributed vast numbers of soldiers, funds, and supplies to the British war effort. Despite the sacrifices made by colonial subjects, the aftermath of World War I saw growing discontent with British rule in many parts of the empire. The war had highlighted the contradictions between Britain's values of democracy and liberty and the reality of colonial subjugation. In India, for example, the disillusionment with British promises of greater self-governance following the war was palpable. The British government had made some promises of reforms, but these were viewed as insufficient and patronizing. In 1919, the British response to growing unrest in India, particularly in the city of Amritsar, led to the infamous massacre at Jallianwala Bagh, where British forces killed hundreds of unarmed Indian civilians. This event ignited widespread anger and calls for independence. World War II 1939-1945 was even more devastating for Britain and its empire. The war further drained Britain's resources and inflicted heavy damage on the country's infrastructure. The economic strain caused by the war made it increasingly difficult for Britain to maintain its global imperial commitments. The British Empire's military forces, which had once seemed invincible, were stretched thin as the empire found itself fighting on multiple fronts across Europe, Africa, and Asia. After the war, Britain emerged exhausted and deeply in debt, while the global power dynamics were shifting rapidly. The rise of the United States and the Soviet Union as superpowers and the formation of international bodies like the United Nations marked the end of Britain's unquestioned global dominance. Meanwhile, nationalist movements in India, Africa and Ireland gained momentum, driven by the belief that colonized peoples should govern themselves. India in particular became the focal point of Britain's imperial troubles in the interwar years. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru spearheaded the Indian independence movement, using both peaceful protests and political maneuvering to demand self-rule. Gandhi's non-violent resistance, symbolized by the Salt March of 1930 and the Quit India movement of 1942, garnered widespread support among the Indian population and put immense pressure on the British to grant independence. In Africa, the two world wars had a similar effect on the colonial order. Soldiers from British colonies had fought in both wars, and their experiences in combat, as well as their exposure to the ideas of self-determination and equality, sowed the seeds for post-war independence movements. After colonial subjects across Africa began to demand greater political rights and autonomy, and many African leaders started to call for an end to colonial rule. While Britain had long justified its colonial presence with the ideology of the civilizing mission, it became increasingly clear that colonial rule was unsustainable in a changing world. The growing influence of nationalist movements, particularly in India, made it difficult for Britain to maintain its imperial control. Ireland, too, experienced significant unrest during this period. The Irish War of Independence 1919-1921 culminated in the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which created the Irish Free State and marked the beginning of the end of British rule in Ireland. The partition of Ireland, however, left Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, setting the stage for decades of conflict between Irish nationalists and the British government. As Britain faced mounting pressure from nationalist movements and the economic strain caused by the wars, it became increasingly clear that maintaining the vast British Empire was no longer feasible. The empire's political and economic control had been severely weakened, and independence movements across the world were gaining traction. The decline of British power was further cemented by the post-war wave of decolonization that swept through Africa, Asia and the Caribbean in the 1950s and 1960s. The period of the World Wars and the rise of nationalist movements marked the beginning of the end for the British Empire. The toll of two world wars, coupled with the rise of self-determination and anti-colonial sentiment, led to a seismic shift in global power. Britain's imperial hold began to unravel, and within just a few decades, many of its colonies achieved independence. The collapse of the British Empire was not simply a result of military defeat, but also of changing political, economic and social forces that made colonial rule untenable in the modern world. The challenges faced by Britain during this period highlighted the contradictions of empire and revealed that the world was no longer willing to accept colonial domination. The legacy of the world wars and the rise of nationalist movements in the 20th century would forever alter the political landscape, signaling the decline of imperialism and the emergence of a new, more multipolar world order. The period from 1947 to 1997 marks the end of the British Empire, a dramatic and irreversible transformation of the global political landscape. The events that unfolded during these decades, particularly the independence of India, the Suez Crisis, and the decolonization of Africa, signified the decline of Britain's imperial power and the emergence of new nations asserting their independence. The symbolic handover of Hong Kong in 1997 brought the final chapter of empire to a close. Britain's once vast and powerful empire, which had stretched across continents and dominated the global stage for centuries, was gradually dismantled as colonial subjects demanded self-determination and independence. India's independence in 1947 was the most significant event in the decolonization process. The The British had ruled India for almost 2 centuries, and its independence was the culmination of decades of struggle by Indian nationalists. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Subhas Chandra Bose spearheaded the movement for self-rule, using both non-violent resistance and political negotiation to push for independence. The British decision to grant India's independence was influenced by several factors, including the growing resistance movements within the country, the financial strain of World War II, and the changing global atmosphere after the war. The process of decolonization in India was far from smooth. The partition of India in 1947 created 2 independent nations, India and Pakistan, which led to widespread violence, displacement, and a deepening of religious tensions. The partition left millions of people on the move, as Hindus and Sikhs migrated to India while Muslims fled to Pakistan. This mass displacement and the subsequent violence claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands and left lasting scars on both nations. The Suez Crisis of 1956 marked another pivotal moment in the decline of British imperial power. The crisis was triggered when Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, a vital waterway that had been under British and French control. In response, Britain, France, and Israel launched a military intervention aimed at regaining control of the canal. However, the military action was met with widespread international condemnation, particularly from the United States and the Soviet Union, who saw the British and French intervention as an example of outdated colonialism. The failure of the Suez Crisis demonstrated that Britain no longer had the political and military power to act unilaterally in global affairs. It was a humiliating defeat for Britain, and it marked a clear signal that its imperial influence was waning. In the following decades, the process of decolonization accelerated, particularly in Africa. British colonies across the continent began to demand independence, and by the 1960s, many African nations had achieved self-rule. Countries such as Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda gained independence from Britain, often through a combination of negotiations and armed struggle. The decolonization of Africa was not without its challenges, as newly independent nations grappled with issues of governance, ethnic tensions, and economic development. However, the wave of independence movements across Africa was undeniable, and it was a clear indication that Britain's imperial power in the region was rapidly eroding. The British government's approach to decolonization varied across regions. In some cases, Britain was able to negotiate peaceful transfers of power, while in others, the process was marked by violent resistance and conflict. The British withdrawal from Africa was particularly complicated, as the empire had been deeply entrenched in the region for over a century. The Mau uprising in Kenya and the violent suppression of independence movements in places like Cyprus and Malaya highlighted the growing tensions between the British government and its colonial subjects. The final symbolic moment of British imperial decline came in 1997 with the handover of Hong Kong to China. Hong Kong had been a British colony since the Opium Wars in the 19th century, and its return to Chinese sovereignty marked the end of British colonial rule in Asia. The handover was a carefully negotiated process, and the agreement ensured that Hong Kong would maintain a high degree of autonomy under the principle of one country, two systems. The event marked the formal end of the British Empire, a momentous occasion that symbolized the transition from imperial domination to a new era of international relations. The process of decolonization was complex and multifaceted, influenced by global political dynamics, economic factors, and the aspirations of colonized peoples. As former colonies gained independence, they were faced with the challenges of nation building, economic development, and establishing stable political systems. The British Empire's legacy was a mixture of triumphs and tragedies, with lasting impacts on the political, social, and economic landscapes of the former colonies. In conclusion, the period between 1947 and 1997 marked the final phase of British imperial rule. The independence of India, the Suez Crisis, the decolonization of Africa, and the handover of Hong Kong were key events in the dismantling of the British Empire. While Britain's imperial power had once spanned the globe, the winds of change blew across the empire, heralding the end of an era. The legacy of British colonialism remains a complex and contentious issue, but the end of empire also opened the door for new possibilities for former colonies to chart their own courses in the world. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian Kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of landholding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War, marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the Bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system, where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred, the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603–1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare. But with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into four main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans, and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy, and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, (1603 to 1868), represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido Code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo, to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father Gaius Julius Caesar served as a minor official, and his mother Aurelia was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth, his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, He faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck. Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Populace cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the Optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the Populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the Populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The First Triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the Triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative aligned with the Optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the Triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message: Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched-earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders, and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum. Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te deste," the die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage, his forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the Civil War took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the Civil War, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus, Caesar's adopted heir, eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, the man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship, would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from Republic to Empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings toward Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute," and "You, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar, they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, they formed the Second Triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The Republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. By declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position, Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power at the expense of traditional republican structures serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. The origins of Rome are steeped in myth and legend, with the most famous story being that of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers born of the god Mars and a Vestal virgin named Rhea Silvia. According to the myth, the twins were cast into the Tiber River and rescued by a she-wolf, who nursed them until they were found by a shepherd. They eventually decided to build a city, but a dispute over its location led Romulus to kill Remus. Romulus then became the first king of Rome, giving the city its name. While captivating, this tale is not supported by concrete evidence. Archaeological findings suggest that the area around the Palatine Hill was occupied by small pastoral communities as early as the 10th century BCE. These settlements gradually coalesced into a single political entity by the mid-8th century BCE, consistent with the traditional founding date of 753 BCE. Rome's early political structure was that of a monarchy, and it is believed that there were 7 kings, beginning with Romulus and ending with Tarquin the Proud. Some of these kings, such as Numa Pompilius, were credited with laying the foundations of Roman religion and civil institutions, while others, like Tullus Hostilius and Ancus Marcius, expanded Rome's territory through warfare and colonization. The later kings, particularly the Etruscan rulers like Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius, introduced significant cultural and political changes, including urban planning, religious rituals, and symbols of royal power. The Etruscans themselves were a sophisticated and powerful civilization in northern Italy, and their influence helped shape early Roman art, architecture, and governance. However, the monarchy became increasingly unpopular, especially under the rule of the last king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, or Tarquin the Proud. His autocratic rule and the infamous incident involving his son Sextus Tarquinius and the noble woman Lucretia sparked a widespread revolt. Lucretia's subsequent suicide galvanized the Roman aristocracy to abolish the monarchy altogether. In 509 BCE, Rome transitioned from a monarchy to a republic, a radical political shift that transferred power from kings to elected magistrates and the Senate. This marked the beginning of the Roman Republic, a system built on a complex balance of power among consuls, the Senate, and various popular assemblies. The transition also laid the groundwork for a new Roman identity, one defined by civic duty, collective decision-making, and a deep mistrust of kingship. The memory of the monarchy, especially the tyranny of its final ruler, would haunt Roman politics for centuries, serving as a powerful warning against concentrated power. The founding myths and early history of Rome were thus not only stories of origin, but also moral and political lessons that shaped Roman culture, institutions, and values throughout its history. The year 509 BCE marked a turning point in Roman history with the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the Roman Republic. This new political system was built on the principles of shared governance, legal accountability, and civic duty. Central to the structure of the Republic were two annually elected magistrates, known as consuls. These consuls held imperium, the supreme executive authority, but their power was deliberately limited by the fact that they had to serve jointly, thus preventing any single individual from accumulating too much influence. Alongside the consuls, the Senate played a critical role, though it initially functioned as an advisory body composed of aristocratic elders. It quickly evolved into the dominant institution in Roman politics. The Senate guided foreign policy, controlled public finances, and served as the central force in legislative matters. However, the early republic was anything but stable. Beneath the surface of this seemingly balanced government was a fierce struggle for political equality known as the conflict of the orders. This long-standing social tension pitted the patricians, the aristocratic elite, who claimed hereditary political privilege, against the plebeians, the broader body of Roman citizens who had limited rights. The plebeians, frustrated by their lack of representation and legal protection, demanded reforms. One of the earliest and most significant victories for the plebeians came with the creation of the office of the tribune of the plebs in 494 BCE. Tribunes had the power to veto legislation and protect plebeian interests, making them a powerful counterbalance to patrician dominance. The conflict of the orders unfolded over nearly 2 centuries and brought about substantial constitutional reforms. The 12 Tables, Rome's first codified laws, were established around 450 BCE, giving all citizens a basic understanding of their legal rights and responsibilities. In 367 BCE, the Licinian Sextian laws opened the consulship to plebeians, a monumental shift in Roman politics. By the early 3rd century BCE, the plebeians had secured access to nearly all political offices, although the patrician class continued to wield significant social and economic power. While these internal struggles shaped Rome's political identity, its external actions defined its rise as a power. During this period, Rome embarked on a series of military campaigns to secure dominance over the Italian peninsula. These conquests were not the result of a grand strategy, but rather a combination of opportunism, local alliances, and defensive wars. Rome's conflicts with neighboring tribes and city-states, such as the Volsci, Aequi, Etruscans, and Samnites, gradually extended Roman control through central and southern Italy. The Samnite Wars, a series of 3 conflicts fought between 343 and 290 BCE, were particularly critical. These wars tested Roman military resilience and political cohesion, leading to significant territorial expansion. Rome's approach to governance in conquered territories was a key factor in its success. Rather than simply subjugate and exploit newly conquered peoples, Rome often extended varying degrees of citizenship and autonomy. This policy helped integrate diverse communities into the Roman system, fostering loyalty and long-term stability. The Roman military also evolved during this period, shifting from a citizen militia to a more structured and professional fighting force, capable of sustained campaigns and complex maneuvers. By 264 BCE, the year marking the beginning of the First Punic War, Rome had become the dominant power on the Italian peninsula. Its political system had matured through internal struggle, and its military had been tempered by decades of warfare. What had begun as a small republic surrounded by hostile neighbors had grown into a burgeoning power poised to challenge the greatest empires of the Mediterranean world. The foundation was now set for Rome's transformation from a regional force into a global superpower. The Punic Wars were a series of 3 epic conflicts fought between Rome and the powerful North African city-state of Carthage between 264 and 146 BCE. These wars not only determined dominance over the Western Mediterranean, but also reshaped the geopolitical landscape and catapulted Rome from a regional power into a true superpower. The First Punic War began in 264 BCE, over control of Sicily, a strategically crucial island. Although Rome had no prior naval tradition, it quickly adapted by reverse engineering captured Carthaginian ships and building a formidable fleet. The Romans innovated naval warfare with the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to turn sea battles into infantry skirmishes. After more than 2 decades of brutal conflict, Rome emerged victorious in 241 BCE, claiming Sicily as its first overseas province. This victory set the stage for future expansion and provoked Carthaginian resentment that would soon reignite hostilities. The Second Punic War, which began in 218 BCE, is perhaps the most famous due to the exploits of the Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Hannibal's bold and audacious strategy involved leading a massive army, including war elephants, across the Alps into northern Italy. His unexpected route and early victories at battles such as Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and especially Cannae, where he annihilated a much larger Roman force, shocked the Roman world and nearly brought the Republic to its knees. However, despite Hannibal's military genius and over a decade of campaigning in Italy, he failed to capture Rome itself. Rome's response was to avoid pitched battles with Hannibal, while slowly wearing down Carthaginian influence and opening new fronts. The Roman general Scipio Africanus took the war to North Africa, forcing Hannibal to return home. At the decisive Battle of Zama, in 202 BCE, Scipio defeated Hannibal, ending the war and cementing Rome's dominance. Carthage was left weakened but not destroyed. The Third Punic War, beginning in 149 BCE, was driven more by Roman fear and ambition than necessity. Despite Carthage having abided by the harsh peace terms from the previous war, some Roman leaders, notably Cato the Elder, insisted that Carthage must be eliminated. The Roman siege of Carthage lasted 3 years and culminated in 146 BCE, with the complete destruction of the city. Carthage was razed, its population enslaved, and its territory annexed as the Roman province of Africa. The conclusion of the Punic Wars marked a dramatic transformation in Rome's role on the world stage. With Carthage eliminated, Rome stood unchallenged in the Western Mediterranean. The wars had tested Roman resilience, adaptability, and military prowess, and the lessons learned shaped the empire's future policies of conquest and administration. Rome's naval supremacy, logistical capability, and political tenacity had proven decisive. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the Roman Republic was no longer a regional power limited to Italy, but a Mediterranean empire on the rise, with aspirations that would soon extend to Greece, Asia, and beyond. The period from 146 to 27 BCE was a time of profound upheaval for the Roman Republic. While Rome had emerged from the Punic Wars as the dominant power in the Mediterranean, its internal structure was rapidly eroding. The vast wealth accumulated through conquest led to significant economic inequality, with a small elite controlling much of the land and resources, while the majority of the population, especially the plebeians, suffered from poverty and social instability. The growing wealth gap created a breeding ground for corruption, as politicians and military leaders sought to maintain or expand their power through patronage, bribery, and manipulation of the political system. The Roman Republic, built on the ideals of shared governance and civic duty, found itself increasingly dominated by a few powerful individuals who used their wealth and influence to control the Senate, the assemblies, and even the military. Social unrest became more frequent as the lower classes demanded land reforms, debt relief, and greater representation. The Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius, were early champions of plebeian rights, pushing for reforms that would redistribute land and address economic inequality. However, their efforts were met with fierce opposition from the Senate, and both brothers were assassinated, setting a dangerous precedent for the political violence that would follow. The Republic's decline accelerated with the rise of powerful military leaders, such as Marius and Sulla, who built personal armies loyal to themselves rather than the state. The use of private armies, coupled with political infighting, turned Rome's political system into a battlefield. The first of a series of civil wars broke out between the forces of Marius and Sulla, and in 82 BCE, Sulla emerged victorious, becoming dictator for an unprecedented term of several years. Sulla's reforms further weakened the power of the Senate, concentrating more power in the hands of the dictator and setting a dangerous precedent for future leaders. The Republic was now in a state of permanent crisis, and it was within this chaotic environment that Julius Caesar emerged. Julius Caesar was a military genius and a shrewd politician. He first gained prominence in the 60s BCE as part of the First Triumvirate, an unofficial political alliance with Pompey and Crassus, two of Rome's most powerful figures. Together they dominated Roman politics and circumvented the traditional power structures. Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul, however, would prove to be his ticket to ultimate power. His conquest of Gaul from 58 to 50 BCE made him one of the most popular and powerful men in Rome, but it also made him a direct threat to the established political order. In 49 BCE, after his term as consul had ended, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his army, an act of insurrection that led to civil war. The phrase crossing the Rubicon has since become synonymous with making an irreversible decision. Caesar's forces defeated Pompey's armies, and Pompey himself fled to Egypt, where he was assassinated. Caesar returned to Rome as the undisputed leader of the Republic, and was declared dictator perpetuo, dictator for life. His concentration of power alarmed many, particularly those who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, a group of conspirators led by Brutus and Cassius assassinated Caesar, believing that they were saving the Republic from tyranny. However, Caesar's death did not restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into a new round of civil wars as rival factions fought for control. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled by his adopted heir, Octavian, later Augustus, who had been in a position of relative power within Caesar's inner circle. Octavian, Pompey's son-in-law, and Mark Antony, a loyal general under Caesar, initially formed the Second Triumvirate to avenge Caesar's death and consolidate their power. However, tensions soon arose between Octavian and Antony, culminating in the famous Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian's forces defeated Antony and his ally, Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, ending their aspirations for power. Following his victory, Octavian became the uncontested ruler of Rome. In 27 BCE, Octavian formally ended the civil wars by accepting the title of Augustus, signaling the dawn of the Roman Empire. With his rise to power, the Roman Republic came to an end, and Rome transitioned from a republic to an autocracy, with Augustus as its first emperor. The fall of the Republic was not a single event, but a prolonged process of political decay, military intervention, and social unrest. While the Republic's ideals of shared governance and civic duty had long been abandoned by the time of Augustus's rise, the transformation was complete when he took the title of emperor, signaling the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The age of emperors, beginning with Augustus in 27 BCE, marked the start of a new era in Roman history. Augustus, born Gaius Octavius, was the first emperor of Rome, and his reign heralded the end of the civil wars and the dawn of the Roman Empire. Augustus was a master of political strategy, and he skillfully presented himself as the restorer of the Republic, despite holding absolute power. His reign was marked by a series of reforms that stabilized the empire and laid the foundation for a new, enduring political system. One of Augustus's most significant reforms was the restructuring of the Roman state. He maintained the outward appearance of republican institutions, but in reality he held ultimate authority, consolidating power in the office of the emperor. Augustus reformed the Senate, ensuring that it remained a body of loyal supporters, while he personally controlled the military and held the title of princeps, or first citizen, which gave him unparalleled influence over Rome's political and military affairs. Augustus's military reforms were equally important. He created a standing professional army with soldiers who served for fixed terms, which helped ensure the loyalty of the legions to the emperor. Augustus also established the Praetorian Guard, an elite unit tasked with protecting the emperor. He successfully secured the Roman Empire's borders, ensuring the empire's stability by securing the Rhine, Danube and Euphrates frontiers, while also consolidating Roman control over the provinces. Augustus's reign marked a period of relative peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace. This period, which lasted from 27 BCE to 180 CE, is considered one of the most remarkable in Roman history. The empire experienced unprecedented stability, which allowed for significant cultural, architectural, and economic development. During the Pax Romana, Augustus undertook an ambitious building program in Rome, transforming the city into a stunning metropolis. He famously boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Major projects included the construction of roads, temples, aqueducts, and public buildings, many of which would stand for centuries. The Roman road system expanded dramatically during this time, facilitating communication, trade, and military movement across the vast empire. The famous Roman roads, some of which are still in use today, were key to maintaining the cohesion of the empire. Augustus also promoted the arts and literature, fostering the works of poets such as Virgil, Horace, and Ovid, whose writings became emblematic of Roman culture. Augustus's reign was not without challenges, and the succession of power after his death in 14 CE became a crucial issue for the empire. Augustus did not have a direct male heir, so he adopted his stepson Tiberius as his successor. Tiberius's reign marked the beginning of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, which included the emperors Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. This dynasty was marked by both triumphs and tragedies. Tiberius, though a capable military leader, was often seen as a paranoid and reclusive ruler, leaving much of the administration of the empire to his officials. Caligula, his successor, is infamous for his cruelty and erratic behavior, which included appointing his horse as a consul and engaging in lavish and tyrannical excesses. Caligula's assassination in 41 CE led to the rise of his uncle Claudius, who proved to be a competent and relatively popular emperor. Claudius expanded the empire, notably by conquering Britain in 43 CE, and his reign was marked by reforms to the legal system and the expansion of public infrastructure. However, Claudius's death in 54 CE led to the rise of his stepson Nero, whose rule would be marred by scandal and corruption. Nero's reign was marked by a series of disasters, including the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE, which many believed he either started or failed to control, and the persecution of Christians. Nero's erratic behavior, along with his failure to respond effectively to various crises, led to widespread unrest and his eventual suicide in 68 CE. The fall of Nero marked the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and set the stage for a period of civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors, during which several military leaders vied for control of the empire. Ultimately, Vespasian, the founder of the Flavian dynasty, emerged victorious and restored stability to the empire. Despite the challenges of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the Pax Romana continued under the Flavians and later emperors, with the empire reaching its territorial peak during the reign of Trajan 98-117 CE. Under Trajan, the Roman Empire expanded to its greatest extent, stretching from Britain in the west to Mesopotamia in the east, encompassing a vast array of diverse cultures and territories. The stability of the Pax Romana allowed Rome to become a cultural and economic powerhouse, creating a legacy that would influence the Western world for centuries. The Age of Emperors, which began with Augustus, was defined by monumental achievements in governance, culture, and infrastructure. Although the emperors who followed Augustus faced their own challenges, the period established a model of imperial rule that would endure for centuries and cement the Roman Empire's place in history as one of the most powerful and influential civilizations the world has ever known. The 1st and 2nd centuries CE marked the height of the Roman Empire, both in territorial extent and cultural influence. Under Emperor Trajan, Rome reached its greatest territorial boundaries, controlling vast areas of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Trajan, who reigned from 98 to 117 CE, is often considered one of the greatest of the Roman emperors due to his military successes and his role in expanding the empire. His most famous military campaign was the Dacian Wars, which took place from 101 to 106 CE. The conquest of Dacia, in modern-day Romania, added immense wealth to the Roman Empire, particularly through the acquisition of gold mines, which funded further imperial expansion and monumental building projects. Trajan's conquest of Dacia was followed by other campaigns, and under his rule, Rome reached its maximum territorial extent, encompassing modern-day Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, Greece, Turkey, parts of the Middle East, and North Africa. The empire's expansion was not simply about military conquests. It was about incorporating and integrating the diverse cultures within its borders. The process of Romanization, the spread of Roman culture, laws, language, and customs, became one of the defining features of Roman imperial rule. As Rome expanded, it encountered a variety of peoples, including Celts, Germans, Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and Persians. To maintain stability, the Roman Empire encouraged the adoption of Roman culture and institutions. Latin became the dominant language of administration, law, and commerce, while Roman architecture, urban planning, and technology spread across the empire. The Romans built an extensive network of roads, bridges, and aqueducts, facilitating trade, communication, and military movement across the empire. Cities such as London, Lyon and Antioch flourished under Roman rule, becoming centers of commerce, learning and culture. The integration of diverse cultures was also evident in religion. While the Romans practiced a polytheistic religion centered around gods like Jupiter, Juno and Mars, they were generally tolerant of local religious practices. Over time, Roman gods were often syncretized with local deities, creating a religious melting pot. The Roman Empire also contributed to the spread of Greek culture, particularly in the fields of philosophy, art and science. Roman intellectuals and rulers admired Greek civilization, and many Roman elites sent their children to Greece for education. Roman literature, especially poetry, was deeply influenced by Greek models, and Roman art and sculpture often borrowed from Greek traditions. In addition to cultural integration, the Roman Empire undertook a series of reforms to manage its vast territories effectively. The empire was divided into provinces, each governed by a Roman-appointed official. While the emperor had ultimate authority, many provinces enjoyed a significant degree of local autonomy, allowing them to retain some of their own traditions and customs. This balance between central control and local autonomy helped ensure the stability of the empire. The Roman military played a crucial role in both conquest and maintaining peace within the empire. The Roman legions, highly trained and well organized, were stationed across the empire to defend its borders and suppress any rebellions. While the Roman military was often used to expand the empire's borders, it also played an important role in maintaining internal stability. The presence of the military in conquered regions helped to secure Roman authority and protect trade routes. Rome's expansion and its ability to integrate diverse cultures under its rule were not without challenges. The sheer size of the empire created logistical difficulties, and the integration of so many different cultures sometimes led to tensions. Some regions, such as Britain and Judea, experienced frequent revolts against Roman rule. In Judea, the Jewish people's resistance to Roman occupation culminated in the Jewish-Roman Wars, a series of revolts that ultimately led to the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 70 CE. However, the overall success of Romanization is evident in the lasting influence of Roman culture across Europe and the Mediterranean. Roman law, language, and architecture became the foundation for many modern institutions in Europe, and Latin became the precursor to the Romance languages spoken in much of the Western world today. By the end of the 2nd century CE, the Roman Empire had not only expanded to its greatest territorial extent, but had also succeeded in integrating a wide variety of peoples and cultures. The empire stood as the most powerful civilization in the ancient world, its legacy enduring for centuries after its fall. The 3rd century crisis, spanning from 235 to 284 CE, was one of the most tumultuous periods in Roman history. It was marked by political instability, economic decline, external invasions, and the near collapse of the Roman Empire. During this time, the Roman Empire was plagued by a rapid turnover of emperors, with over 20 different men claiming the imperial throne in just 50 years. The political situation in Rome became chaotic, as military leaders, rather than the traditional ruling elite, increasingly determined who would wear the imperial crown. The assassination of Emperor Alexander Severus in 235 CE was the catalyst for the crisis. Severus, a relatively stable and competent ruler, was murdered by his own troops, who were disillusioned with his leadership. This event set off a chain reaction of instability, as one emperor after another was either killed in battle or assassinated by their own forces. The lack of a clear succession system or institutional mechanisms for the peaceful transfer of power exacerbated the problem. The rapid turnover of emperors, with many ruling for only a few months or years, made it difficult for any leader to establish long-term policies or authority. This weakened the central authority of the emperor and created a power vacuum that was filled by military leaders and regional commanders. As a result, the empire was plagued by constant civil war, with different factions fighting for control. Meanwhile, the empire faced multiple external threats. In the east, the Sassanid Empire rose to challenge Roman dominance, launching a series of invasions that threatened Roman territories in the Near East. In the north, the Germanic tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, and Franks, launched repeated raids along the Roman frontier, further straining the empire's resources. These invasions, coupled with internal strife, put enormous pressure on the Roman military and its ability to defend the empire's vast borders. Another factor that contributed to the crisis was the devastating plague that swept through the empire during the 250 SCE. Known as the Plague of Cyprian, after the Bishop of Carthage who wrote about it, this outbreak killed millions of people and severely disrupted the Roman economy. The death toll from the plague weakened the empire's agricultural base, disrupted trade, and caused widespread famine. The economic collapse that followed the plague was compounded by inflation, heavy taxation, and the debasement of the currency. The empire's finances were stretched thin as it struggled to maintain its military and administrative apparatus. In the face of these challenges, the Roman military itself became increasingly important. The rapid turnover of emperors meant that military leaders, rather than the Senate or the people, held the real power. As a result, a new class of military strongmen began to emerge, men who wielded military power and could command the loyalty of their legions. These generals were often able to seize power for themselves, either by force or by manipulation. One of the most famous of these military strongmen was Emperor Gallienus, who ruled from 253 to 268 CE. Gallienus fought off multiple invasions, including the Gothic raids on the Balkans and the rise of the usurper Postumus in the western provinces. Despite his efforts, however, Gallienus was unable to fully restore order, and the empire continued to fragment. Another significant figure during this period was Aurelian, who reigned from 270 to 275 CE. Aurelian is often credited with restoring the empire's stability after decades of chaos. He successfully repelled invasions by the Goths and the Franks, re-established Roman control over the breakaway Gallic Empire in the west, and defeated the Palmyrene Empire in the east. Aurelian's military successes earned him the title Restorer of the World, and his reign marked the beginning of a slow recovery from the 3rd century crisis. Despite Aurelian's efforts, the empire was still in disarray, and it would take another nearly decade-long process of reforms to fully stabilize the Roman state. The 3rd century crisis ended in 284 CE, when Emperor Diocletian came to power. Diocletian's reign marked a turning point in Roman history. He recognized that the empire was simply too large and too diverse to be ruled by a single emperor. In response, he introduced a series of sweeping reforms, including the division of the empire into two parts, the Eastern and Western Roman empires, and the establishment of the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule by multiple emperors. These reforms would lay the groundwork for the transformation of the Roman Empire in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, paving the way for its eventual division into two distinct entities, the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire. The reigns of Diocletian and Constantine in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries CE marked a critical turning point in Roman history. Faced with a crumbling empire, both emperors introduced significant reforms to stabilize and restructure the Roman world. Diocletian, who became emperor in 284 CE, inherited an empire in crisis. The 3rd century crisis had left the Roman Empire divided, weakened, and on the verge of collapse. Diocletian recognized that the empire, due to its vast size and diverse peoples, could no longer be ruled by a single emperor. To address this, he introduced the tetrarchy, a system of joint rule in which the empire was divided into 4 parts, each ruled by a separate emperor. Diocletian himself ruled the eastern half, while his trusted general Maximian ruled the western half. Each emperor, known as an Augustus, was supported by a subordinate emperor, a Caesar, who would eventually succeed them. The idea behind the tetrarchy was to make the empire more manageable by ensuring that different regions were governed by experienced rulers who could respond quickly to internal or external threats. This system brought a temporary period of stability to the empire, allowing for better defense along the borders and more efficient governance. Diocletian also implemented sweeping economic reforms. He introduced price controls to curb inflation, reformed the tax system, and attempted to stabilize the currency. However, his most enduring reform was the creation of a more bureaucratic and centralized government. Diocletian strengthened the imperial court and military, dividing the empire into smaller administrative units known as dioceses and provinces. While these reforms temporarily stabilized the empire, they also laid the groundwork for further divisions in the future. After Diocletian's abdication in 305 CE, the tetrarchy began to unravel as rivalries between emperors escalated, leading to civil wars. Amidst this turmoil, Constantine emerged as a dominant figure. Constantine, the son of the Western Emperor Constantius Chlorus, became emperor in 306 CE after his father's death. Constantine's rise to power was not immediate, and he faced multiple challenges from other claimants to the throne. However, after a series of military victories, Constantine eventually became the sole emperor of both the eastern and western parts of the empire. Constantine's reign marked a series of significant reforms, but none were as transformative as his relationship with Christianity. In 312 CE, Constantine won the Battle of the Milvian Bridge against his rival Maxentius. According to legend, before the battle, Constantine saw a vision of the Christian symbol, the Chi-Rho, along with the words, "In this sign you will conquer." Interpreting this vision as a divine sign, Constantine converted to Christianity and became its first openly Christian emperor. In 313 CE, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity and granted religious tolerance across the empire. This was a monumental shift, as Christians had long been persecuted for their beliefs. Constantine's embrace of Christianity transformed not only the Roman Empire, but also the course of world history. Under Constantine, Christianity began its rise from a persecuted minority religion to the dominant faith of the Roman Empire. Constantine himself became a patron of the Church, commissioning the construction of churches, including the famous Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, and giving the Church a prominent place in Roman society. However, Constantine's relationship with Christianity was not without complexity. While he supported the Christian Church, he also sought to maintain control over its affairs. He convened the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, which aimed to resolve theological disputes within Christianity and establish a unified doctrine. The Council of Nicaea produced the Nicene Creed, a statement of Christian faith that remains central to many Christian denominations today. Constantine's decision to favor Christianity had profound consequences for the Roman world. By embracing Christianity, Constantine not only reshaped Roman religious life, but also set the stage for Christianity's eventual dominance across Europe and beyond. Another key reform initiated by Constantine was the relocation of the imperial capital from Rome to Byzantium, a city located on the Bosporus in modern-day Turkey. In 330 CE, Constantine refounded the city as Constantinople, or New Rome, and made it the capital of the Roman Empire. Constantine's decision to move the capital was motivated by both strategic and practical concerns. Byzantium's location at the crossroads of Europe and Asia made it an ideal hub for trade and military operations. Additionally, the city was more defensible than Rome, with natural barriers on three sides and a strong fortified wall. Constantinople quickly became a vibrant center of culture, commerce, and administration, rivaling Rome itself. Constantine's founding of Constantinople marked the beginning of a new era in Roman history. The city would eventually become the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would later be known as the Byzantine Empire. Constantine's reign brought significant political, religious, and cultural changes to the Roman world. His reforms laid the foundation for the transformation of the Roman Empire into a new kind of state, one that was increasingly shaped by Christianity and oriented toward the Eastern Mediterranean. Constantine's establishment of Constantinople also symbolized the shift of power from the western part of the empire to the east, a trend that would become more pronounced in the following centuries. While Constantine's reign brought stability to the empire, it also marked the beginning of a new phase in Roman history, one that would eventually see the decline of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Eastern Roman Empire as a distinct entity. The decline of the Western Roman Empire during the 4th and 5th centuries CE was marked by a series of military defeats, economic struggles, and social upheavals that eventually led to its collapse in 476 CE. This period was characterized by a series of invasions by barbarian groups such as the Visigoths, Vandals, and Huns, which destabilized the empire and exposed its vulnerability. As the empire's internal problems deepened, the pressure from these outside forces increased, pushing the Western Roman Empire toward its ultimate fall. One of the most significant events in the decline of the Western Roman Empire was the invasion of the Visigoths. In 410 CE, under the leadership of King Alaric, the Visigoths sacked Rome itself. This was the first time in over 800 years that Rome had been captured by a foreign enemy. The sack of Rome was a traumatic event for the Roman world, symbolizing the empire's loss of power and prestige. The Visigoths had long been in conflict with the Roman Empire, and their invasion marked the culmination of a series of raids and battles that weakened Rome's grip on its territories. The sack of Rome in 410 CE had a profound psychological impact on both the Romans and their enemies. It demonstrated that the once mighty empire was no longer invulnerable. While the Visigoths would eventually settle in Gaul and Spain, their attack was just one of many barbarian incursions that contributed to the empire's decline. The Vandals, another barbarian group, also played a critical role in the weakening of the Western Roman Empire. The Vandals, led by their king Genseric, crossed into North Africa in the early 5th century and soon took control of Carthage, one of the most important cities in the empire. In 455 CE, the Vandals sacked Rome, further undermining the authority of the Western Roman Empire. Unlike the Visigoths, who had stopped short of plundering Rome in 410 CE, the Vandals looted the city for 2 weeks, taking valuable treasures and desecrating important buildings. The sacking of Rome by the Vandals further diminished the empire's ability to defend itself against future threats. Meanwhile, the Huns, a fearsome nomadic group from Central Asia, had become one of the most significant threats to the Roman Empire during the 5th century. Under the leadership of Attila, the Huns invaded both the Eastern and Western Roman empires, Attila's forces terrorized the empire's northern and eastern borders, and his invasion of Gaul in 451 CE resulted in the famous Battle of the Catalonian Plains. Although the Romans, led by the general Flavius Aetius, were able to repel the Huns in this battle, the Huns continued to ravage the empire until Attila's death in 453 CE. The Huns' invasions created a sense of urgency within the Roman leadership and accelerated the empire's decline. Despite the external threats, the Western Roman Empire's internal problems were also crucial to its downfall. One of the most significant factors contributing to the empire's weakening was the decline in central authority. As the empire's borders were threatened by barbarians, the emperors of the Western Roman Empire struggled to maintain control over its vast territories. Corruption, inefficiency, and a lack of capable leadership further eroded the empire's ability to function. By the late 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was increasingly fragmented, with different regions controlled by local warlords and military leaders. The imperial throne became more a symbol of power than an effective center of governance. This weakening of central authority left the empire vulnerable to external forces. The final blow to the Western Roman Empire came in 476 CE, when the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer. Odoacer, a former soldier in the Roman army, had risen to power in Italy and seized control of the imperial capital, Ravenna. Romulus Augustulus, who was only a teenager at the time, was forced to abdicate, marking the official end of the Western Roman Empire. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus was the culmination of decades of decline and was seen by many historians as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It also marked the beginning of a new era in European history, as the various barbarian kingdoms that had settled within the empire's borders began to establish their own independent states. The fall of the Western Roman Empire did not signal the end of Roman influence, however. The Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive for another 1,000 years, preserving many aspects of Roman culture, law, and governance. In fact, many of the territories that had once been part of the Western Roman Empire would later be reclaimed by the Byzantine Empire, such as parts of Italy, North Africa, and Spain. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire, its legacy lived on, influencing the development of medieval Europe and the formation of the modern world. The decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire were the result of a combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures. The empire's inability to effectively manage its vast territories, coupled with invasions from barbarian groups, led to its ultimate collapse. While the fall of the Western Roman Empire marked the end of the ancient Roman state, its cultural and political influence would continue to shape the course of history for centuries to come. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE, the legacy of Rome lived on through the Eastern Roman Empire known as the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, was a continuation of the Roman Empire in the East, preserving much of Roman culture, governance, and law for another 1,000 years. The Byzantines considered themselves Romans and viewed their empire as the legitimate successor to the Roman state. They inherited Roman traditions, such as the imperial system of government, the Senate, and Roman law, and adapted them to their own needs. The Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in preserving the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, especially during the early medieval period when much of Europe was in a state of decline. The Byzantines were also instrumental in preserving Roman law, which would go on to influence legal systems throughout Europe and the Western world. One of the most significant legacies of the Byzantine Empire was its legal code, the Corpus Juris Civilis, also known as the Justinian Code. Commissioned by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian the 6th century CE, the Justinian Code was a comprehensive compilation of Roman legal principles and precedents. It became the foundation for legal systems in many European countries and remains a key influence on modern civil law today. In addition to law, the Byzantines preserved and developed other aspects of Roman culture, such as architecture, language, and art. The architectural styles of ancient Rome were adapted by the Byzantines to create some of the most iconic structures of the medieval world, including the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. The use of domes, arches, and intricate mosaics became hallmarks of Byzantine architecture. The Byzantine Empire also played a key role in the spread of Christianity, which had been adopted by the Roman Empire under Constantine in the early 4th century. The Byzantines continued to promote Christianity and built many churches, monasteries, and theological schools throughout their empire. The Byzantine Empire's commitment to Christianity helped solidify the role of the Church as a dominant force in medieval Europe and influenced the development of the Christian world for centuries to come. The Eastern Orthodox Church, which grew out of the Byzantine Empire, remains one of the world's major branches of Christianity today. Roman influence extended far beyond the Byzantine Empire. Even after the fall of Rome, Roman law, language, and culture continued to shape European society and the Western world. Latin, the language of the Romans, remained the lingua franca of scholarship, the church, and diplomacy throughout medieval Europe. Many modern European languages, including French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, evolved from Latin, and the Roman alphabet became the standard for written communication across Europe. Roman law, especially as embodied in the Justinian Code, continued to shape the legal systems of medieval Europe. Roman architecture, with its emphasis on monumental buildings, roads, and aqueducts, continued to influence European construction practices. Even in the post-Roman period, many medieval kings and rulers looked to Rome as a model for governance and sought to revive the glory of the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire, which was established in 800 CE by Charlemagne, claimed to be the successor to the Roman Empire, although it was based in Central Europe rather than Rome. The Holy Roman Empire sought to restore the political unity of Europe under the banner of Roman traditions, though it was a much more decentralized and fragmented entity than the ancient Roman Empire. The legacy of Rome also shaped the medieval world in profound ways. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, Europe entered a period of instability and fragmentation known as the Dark Ages. During this time, the institutions of the Roman Empire, such as the Church and the remnants of Roman law, played a key role in providing stability and continuity. The Church, in particular, became a central institution in medieval Europe, preserving Roman cultural and intellectual traditions and acting as a unifying force in a fragmented continent. Christianity, which had been embraced by the Roman Empire, became the dominant religion in Europe and played a central role in shaping medieval society, culture, and politics. The decline of the Western Roman Empire also contributed to the formation of new political entities in Europe, such as the kingdoms of the Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Visigoths. These kingdoms, while distinct from the Roman Empire, were heavily influenced by Roman law, governance, and military organization. In this way, the legacy of Rome continued to shape the development of medieval Europe. As Europe transitioned from the medieval period to the Renaissance, the legacy of ancient Rome became even more pronounced. The Renaissance was a time of renewed interest in the classical world, and many Renaissance scholars and artists looked to ancient Rome for inspiration. Roman literature, philosophy, and art were rediscovered and studied, leading to a revival of Roman ideas in the fields of education, politics, and culture. The Renaissance also saw the rise of humanism, a philosophical movement that emphasized the value of human experience and individual achievement, drawing heavily on the ideas of ancient Rome and Greece. In the modern world, the legacy of Rome is still felt in many aspects of our lives. Roman law continues to influence legal systems around the world, and the Roman architectural style remains a source of inspiration for buildings and structures. The Latin language and its descendants are still spoken by millions of people, and Roman culture continues to shape Western art, literature, and philosophy. Moreover, the Roman Empire's contribution to the spread of Christianity laid the foundation for much of the religious and cultural landscape of the Western world. The rise of Rome, its expansion across Europe, and its eventual decline and transformation have had a lasting impact on world history. Even in its fall, the Roman Empire's legacy endures, shaping the modern world in ways that continue to be felt today.